Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome on in, everyone. I hope you're having a great weekend today, and we're back with another DC-3 around the world trip. This is now going to be leg number 34 of our journey. It's good to have everyone here. I hope you're all doing well. So today we're going to finally cross into the continental United States today. So we're going to be back here in Juneau. And this one's going to be a pretty long leg, 840 nautical miles. We're going to cross in from Alaska, go across the Inside Passage, and make our way down to Seattle to finally make our way to the the contiguous 48. So we finally make our way back. So I hope you guys pack your bags because we're going to have a quite nice flight. So, good to see a Devil Dude and Super Typhoon and Whack-A-Mole. Welcome on in, everyone. So the flight plan looks like this for today. So, you had a great vacation, Devil Dude. Nice. Nice day, a great vacation. So, here's our flight plan for today. So, we'll take off here from Juneau International. We're going to go through the Cove from Young Bay back to Punter Bay, and then we turn down here. Follow the Inside Passage through all this. We're going to be around this 7,000, 8,000, 5,000 feet for much of this. Go down through to across the bay, and we'll fly around Vancouver Island. Check out Vancouver Island and all the stuff around here. And then we make our way there. We cross near Victoria, Canada. And then fly our way across into Washington State, the Puget Sound. We'll be flying over Seattle, and we'll make our way over to Boeing Field in Seattle. So, yes, guys, we're going to finally make our way to the contiguous 48 today. This should be a really, really nice flight here today. Let me go ahead and bring out my notes for today. Notes. And now I got the leg. So here it is, leg 34. They originally planned to stay in Juneau for one full day. As the weather was really bad, preferred just to take a day off. After that, though, the following morning, the crew traveled to the airport, and within 1 hour, they were on their way to Seattle. So it was a beautiful scenic fly around the coast. They passed through Vancouver and reached Boeing Field. The next destination was Seattle. And the next couple days spent with Paul Raphael taking care of the first media event in the United States during that time. So that's what they did mainly for their trip. I got the notes for it. I got the book right here, so let's see if they say any more in the book. And Francisco had to work, also had to return to Switzerland before heading back to sea. So basically, they just had another safe fire on the coast. So this is that's what we're going to be doing today. If you guys want to join in, I'm on the Southeast Asian server. We're about to take off at Papa Alpha Juliet November. Ooh. So we're back in our Breitling DC-3 here today. Our beautiful DC-3 flagship Cleveland is here. I fueled her up, so she should be nice and ready to get going. Go ahead and get all this stuff. Since you're live, are you going to mention what we saw in Evo Expo? Of course. Yes, I would definitely. I'll make a few mentions on that. Absolutely, I would definitely mention. I will definitely make some mentions from the Expo to you guys. I bet some of you guys who've already watched Expo probably knew what was going on. But I'll let you guys. Turn off the color. Okay. Hey, Whack-A-Mole, good to see you. And you're in the DC-3 as well. That's awesome. So I'm just going to go ahead and get those engines turned on. Did I say pretty much anything? I'm just wondering my thoughts. No worries. So just get everything turned on. Ground power on. Nav lights on. So yeah, that's everything going on for the lights and stuff. So everything's turned on. Here we go. Let me go ahead and turn on. So I'll talk more about Expo first, but I want to get this thing in the air first. So let's talk. Let's set the heading. I'm gonna set the heading for 218. But man, if you guys never been to Juneau, absolutely a stunning city, right in the heart of Southeast Alaska. Absolutely beautiful scenery here. So, you never get to look into Alaska for sure. Or did I forget? I forgot to turn on Sim Toolkit Pro. Give me a second. I forgot to turn that on when I prepared for my stream this morning. Oh, there she goes. Beautiful. Okay, let's get her taken off. Yeah, when he's back, he'll do an Expo recap. But yeah, I'm gonna give you my thoughts too, Typhon. I'll give you guys my thoughts of Typhon. Good to see you, T44. Welcome on in. You're in the Vision Jet. Good to see you. Let's go ahead and get this off. 69. 80 knots and... Hey, Rotor Depot, good to see ya. Welcome on in. So we're... I'm gonna go ahead and then start leaning in the mixture a bit, auto lean. I'm gonna lean in the mixture. So, I think Juneau needs an upgrade. Yes, Juneau needs an upgrade. I think all of Alaska needs upgrades. Much of Alaska needs some upgrades, Typhon. I do agree with you on that. There would not be any arguments whatsoever for me. We have TP44, TPR and Whack-A-Mole with us today. They're joining us in this fight. Howdy, howdy, Infidel Fireman. Good to see you. Welcome on in. I was just grabbing some. Sorry about deleting the turn off the name tags for a minute. Just being jumped in Discord. So we're gonna fly to Seattle today from Juneau, Alaska. We're making our way back to the continental United States. So got a bit of a long flight today, but we're gonna make our way over. So it's 840 nautical miles as well for this flight. So this one's going to be a nice long flight for Oh, you were on the area, but you never participated into the expo yourself, Fireman. Well, I did get to see some of the stuff virtually. I just want to get this DC-3 soaring up in the air before. So, let's go ahead and talk about some FS Expo stuff while we're now in the air. So, FS Elite. So FS Elite has come out with a couple things going on since the days of Fight Sim Expo. The first thing for FS Expo that we found out, obviously Thrustmaster is announcing their new Wild Quadrant system, for the F-16. That's going to be great for your DCS pilots, but also for any jet planes in MSFS. So the next reveal was the showcase of the E2A Simulations Piper Comanche. Now this one is definitely one of the most anticipated GA planes to ever come for the sim. If you guys don't know anything about A2A Simulations, they are very famous for their AccuSim range planes, and which basically blurs it between flight simulator and real life aviation. And from what it looks like, it's gonna probably be another A2A banger with their Comanche. And I've got to see the video that he did with Two-Tone Murphy. This thing looks awesome. The working detail they put into it looks awesome. I mean... So, I know the one thing, A2A knows they put a lot of work into their products, and you can definitely tell that they can do it. So, I mean, they detailed their EFB is like crazy. Like, they show engine starts for consistent conditions. They show coded degradation and all that. Like Murph was showing off. This is definitely going to be a good plane. So I don't know what the price is going to be, but I think the price is going to be $40-50 US if I were to say they're going to release the Comanche. But I do think it's going to be But I think it's going to be I think it's going to be fantastic, and I think it's going to be a game changer for MSFS pilots. Then AnyBuilds has announced their development update of their flagship Airbus A300 600. So they're actually coming out with the cargo version of this thing first. But it's going to feature 8K and 4K texturing, full details, very similar to the real-world counterpart. So they're actually going to bring in the cargo version as well before they did the passenger variant. And it's going to be, and apparently they're going to actually bring in real-world avionics systems and all that. And some of the key features include comprehensive system simulation, ACARS, Navigraph charts compatibility, numerous realistic and fictional liveries, and more. So that's going to be coming out in the future. But yeah, if you guys don't know about the Airbus E300, it was Airbus's first modern airliner, and it became extremely successful. It brought Airbus to the global map back in the 1960s. The 600 was among the last of the variants of the A300 family, and Airbus actually mainly currently the main operators of this plane are for the cargo, mainly FedEx and UPS. So it should definitely be very interesting to see this plane finally come to the sim. Let's see. There's the new Navigraph weather layers for their new Navigraph charts that's going to come out. So if you guys like Navigraph stuff, I don't use Navigraph because, like I said, I don't use like VATSIM and all that enough to use Navigraph. But for all you guys who love using that, all these new features would definitely be very nice for your flight planning and all. So definitely very, very nice. Beyond ATC has now been announced. A new third-party add-on, Beyond ATC, using the latest in AI technology. They will have over 100 generated voices to help provide realistic FAA and ICAO phraseology for pilots, and they're going to even do SimBrief integration, IFR and VFR support, and the ability to add airline gates, SOPs, runway selections with much more with community source data. And it even supports AI trial models for FS-LTL and FS traffic. However, online connection will be required, and it is compatible for both MSFS 2020 and the upcoming MSFS 2024. So this should definitely be pretty interesting as well. Let's hope it works. Things work. So, for this week, here's a little surprise that I wasn't expecting to see here. Was the sudden release of the Ford Tri-Motor. Yes, the legendary Ford Tri-Motor finally is in Microsoft Flight Sim. Now, if you guys don't know about the Ford Tri-Motor, it was actually built manufactured by Stout Metal Airplanes, and it was started back in production in 1925 by Henry Ford. And it ended between 1926 to 1933. 199 of these things have been built, and it served not only civil but military units during its very long lifespan. But this thing's got a very proud history as well, and in fact, there are several airworthy Ford Tri-Motors still in existence. It's a very classic plane. And there are all sorts of different civil operators in the area. They include Gadada from Colombia, the China National Aviation Corporation from the Republic of China at the time, and then for the United States, American Airways, which now becomes known as American Airlines, Northwest Airways, Pan Am, and United Airlines have all operated the Ford Tri-Motor during its lifetime. But it's a very capable plane, and it can cruise up to cruise speed of 93 knots, range of 500 nautical miles and a service ceiling of 16,500 feet. So, very capable of flying in real life. But yeah, guys, it's coming. It's not only in Microsoft Flight Sim right now, but until June 30th, if you get this, it is completely free. You don't even have to pay anything for this new 4 tri-motor from Asobo, which is really, really nice. The fact that it is completely free right now until June 30th, and it comes not only with the tri-motor, but it comes with skis and a float variant as well. And I gotta say, this thing is very, very, very nice to fly. And I won't be flying this next Friday because that's the double ender stream, but I am more than guaranteeing that I am definitely taking the tri-motor out, not next Friday, but the Friday afterwards, because I want to show off this historic airplane with you guys. So that's what I will be doing for that. But for tri-motor, I can't believe it's even free. So I mean, it is well worth it, and it's a historic plane. And then Microsoft Flight Simulator did their seminar as well. If you guys haven't watched it, they actually did way more improvements than I was expecting it to be. So they focus on quite a few things on simulation activities. I know some people are complaining like it's a little bit more casual, but to be fair, I mean most of us were casuals before we got Microsoft Flight Sim. Like, I was a casual before I ever got my hands on the Flight Sim myself. But these activities would be based off real-life activities and styles of flying. But the big thing they really shared their focus is the core simulation technology. So they're actually, one of the ways that you're solving this is they're actually making the sim smaller. Like, the size of the sim will be much smaller and moving more data to the cloud. Which will make, and as a result, this means it will keep the minimal specs for more systems low and make things more accessible, which is great. Especially considering this is coming to console as well. Like, that's awesome news. That's, like, great to hear. That's fantastic to hear. Then another focus, and of course they also did the soft and rigid soft body simulation and tissue and rope. This means they showed off a demo with the balloon, which looks very realistic actually, as well as updated systems and wear and tear. And of course, cockpit tablets are going to be by default now, which is going to be really nice. And then Focus Area 3 is going to be the digital twin to make it an even more realistic world. They use low altitude training for machine learning, means the scenery is going to be even more realistic than before. And trust me, Microsoft Flight Simulation is still much farther ahead than X-Plane. And now with this, it looks even better. And one of the things they showed was Mount Kilimanjaro. And apparently from Kilimanjaro, they actually managed to get a 50 centimeter resolution of ground area. Which, I mean, is insane to think about. Which is going to be awesome as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm impressed with what they're doing. Like, they're actually making improvements to the simulator. They're reducing the data. They're keeping the systems accessible, improving the programs around the world, making the simulations even more realistic, if anything. And still kept things pretty accessible, which I think, to me, that's a win-win-win in the book. And of course, they also announced not only the tri-motor, which is this week, but City Update 3 Texas, which is completely free. It's going to cover more cities in the state of Texas. And then next week, they're going to bring in the new local legend, the Boeing 307 Stratoliner, which is also being made by the folks at Airplane Heaven. And since I really do like this DC-3, I think I'm going to get my hands on that Boeing 307 Stratoliner as well. It's based off the actual cockpit of the B-17 Flying Fortress. But I'm definitely gonna get my hands on the. I'm gonna definitely get the Stratoliner for sure. I mean, it's got a long history as well. So I'm gonna definitely grab my hand on that as well. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna get. They improved the clips. Exactly. They're gonna make a lot of improvements for MSFS 2024. It's gonna be crazy to think of. Like, you gotta give the folks at Microsoft a lot of credit. They have been working very, very hard in improving MSFS. They could just rest on their laurels and say, here we go, just copy and paste um for MSFS. But for this, I mean, they're not resting on their laurels. Asobo and Microsoft are improving the simulator. Things are already good. So I think overall, but yeah, I think Microsoft is doing really, really well. I think Microsoft's going to be put into a great position for FS Expo. And then the MD11 is now going up in pre-sale now. I think they listed to FS Expo for pre-sale. Yes, they're the one. They're now. There's a previous other one in the sim, but that one's not very good. But this one is their MD11, which their MD11 is vastly better, at least for P3D and all that. But it's now a pre-sale. Apparently, it says it's priced at $80, which makes this even more expensive than the PMGG 737. But if you attend FX Expo, there would be a 15% discount, which means 80 times 12. It would be around $68 if you're from Expo, which isn't too bad for an airliner. But they're promising a highly detailed rendition of the plane with full model cockpit, autopilot functionality, and all that. FMS, Phonetics, and they have different e-cams like you see it here. But you can purchase it pre-order for $80, and it includes both passenger and cargo variants of their MD-11. So definitely very interesting to see them bring the MD-11. And of course, I know this isn't Microsoft, but Lockheed Martin did announce P3D V6 is coming out with the new atmospheric model, improved lighting system, multi-port functionality, and much more. Now, I never was the one to get P3D. Again, I was relatively a noob for flight sims. So it's something I wasn't really aware of. But for all those who like P3D, they actually make quite a bit of improvements visually. But I mean, P3D definitely is, if for all those guys like P3D Viva, and all that. Like, I'm not really into P3D, but I mean, I'm definitely interested in the MD-11 considering I see MD-11s in my home airport because UPS flies those all day. But I'm probably gonna be waiting on it. And then finally, my last news for right now, it is going to be the A300 from Just Flight. They actually been announced the Airbus A300B4. Yes. They're so apparently Just Flight is also working on their own A300, but this is the B4 model, one of the older variants of it. And apparently it's an older model A300, so it's much more analog compared to so unlike the A300 we have here in the sim, it's much more steam gauge. It's a much more steam gauge and old-fashioned A300. But it's definitely very, very interesting as well. But yeah, very, very interesting to see, and that's going to be the news for FS Expo so far. So yeah, I think of all the things I've been most interested in with the FS Expo, I think the thing I'm most excited again is MSFS 24. I mean, the improvements are absolutely staggering. I can't believe we're going to get this next sim. And like, mind you, they're actually making improvements to MSFS. I like the scenery improvements. I mean, look at right now. Like, MSFS is already a beautiful sim, and now with 24, it's going to look even better while still keeping it accessible. Like, I mean, I think a lot of people gave us over crap for no reason. Like, this team's dedicated, and they're willing to make huge improvements. So, very, very exciting. And I definitely think, I think 2024 is going to be even better than it was back in 20. Assuming things work the way they should, obviously. Also, don't forget, yesterday was also the release of the Goprin's Double Ender. So, if you guys haven't got the Double Ender, I got a chance to fight a little bit. Very, very, very nice. Very, very nice bush plane. I'm going to be showing off to you guys next Friday. I'll be taking the Double Ender through Zion National Park in Utah. We'll be flying over. We'll be flying in southern Utah, making our way over from St. George. We'll make our way through Zion National Park and Bryce Canyon. So we'll be checking out those national parks. So that's what we'll be doing on next Friday. So you guys will see me try and fly the Double Ender through this area, but so that's going to be next Friday. And then I'll be taking and then in 2 Fridays time, I'll be taking the tri-motor, and we'll go through the coast of Maine. We'll be flying through Portland, Brunswick, and Bar Harbor. And also including Acadia National Park. We'll be flying the Ford tri-motor through that area. Really, really nice. So yeah, stay tuned for the next couple streams. P3D is getting the military treatment as denied clash for MSFS. Oh yeah, most P3D's airline people. I believe it's because P3D has historically been known for its systems, I believe. But yeah, 500 people are behind its development, which is crazy to think about. But yeah, I am very, very excited for 24. And the fact that it's also going to confirm backwards compatibility and all that. I mean, it's just, yeah, I'm actually very nervous. I get, like, some people felt like things are not looking bright. I'm one of its bigger supporters. I'm unbelievably happy with for 24. It's gonna be a great set. Let's see who's still flying along with us. We still have Whack-A-Mole with us. Nice to see you, Whack-A-Mole. Beautiful Alaska scenery today. We're going through the Inside Passage of Alaska today. So this here is part of the Inside Passage. This is basically this is a coastal route for a lot of ships along the passage of the North American Fjordland of Alaska. Yeah, these are some of the largest fjords in all of North America here in this part of Alaska. Tons of cruise ships go through this passage every year. Every year. Cruise ships, and I love going through all this. It's just, and there's Rogue Turtle Depot and his Vision Jet. Absolutely breathtaking scenery today. Yeah, 24 has multiplayer mission, bugs fixes, less space, but it has a separate community location. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, it'll have to take some getting used to, Devil Dude, but like I said, I think 24 is insane. So I'm thinking about buying, indeed install 20, or don't install 20 when buying a new PC. Ah, good question. But yeah, absolutely. So, looking to our left here is Baranoff Island. Located here in Baranoff is, on the other side of the Baranoff Island, is the capital of Russian Alaska, of Sitka. So, apparently you can still find some remnants of the of Russia's old rule here. On St. Michael the Archangel Orthodox Church, in Sitka, you can find the old Orthodox Church. And you can find some old Russian buildings across that place. I'll be visiting Sitka next year, so I'll be checking out the historic city a bit. Yeah, absolutely breathtaking. So we'll be making our way down. We'll be turned to 143 degrees, and we can get to our right to our right here. If you look to your left, you can see Tongass National Forest, one of the largest national forests in the United States. It's actually the largest U.S. national forest at 16.7 million acres. But yeah, much of this area is completely covered in national forest. It's massive. Yeah, absolutely beautiful area. I know since City Update 3 is based on Texas, I wonder if there's more. Yeah. I wonder what's in the City Update 3. Um, I think they mentioned Waco and a few others. I'm surprised why Dallas isn't one of those cities. Considering Dallas is one of America's largest cities, I get it though, like, most of the federal ground tree places in the world is the United States, but still. Still though. it said there's more city updates for the United States. What states would you like to see? Oh, good question. Typhon. If there were other cities I would like to see, I think there's a couple of them, but I think most likely I would like to see a city update for Hawaii. Because obviously Hawaii and Alaska should probably get a city update, because if you can't get the satellite data for those two right, then why not just get the update for some of the cities? So, for example, in Alaska, they could do Anchorage. For example, they could just do the city center of Anchorage. They could do city center of Anchorage, Juneau, and Fairbanks. And then for the Hawaii part of it, it would be Honolulu, Kahului, and in Hilo, for example, could be the new city update, and that'll be for Hawaii and Alaska. I mean, just imagine the city of Honolulu with photogrammetry. I mean, they've already got many of the buildings there as POIs, so why not just make all of Honolulu with photogrammetry? At least fix that part. I think that would be a really good option. So I think for the United States, I think that would be a really cool city update, and give those two areas some much needed grammetry. And then obviously another city I'd like to see with an update, maybe Dallas, because Fort Worth has photogrammetry, but not Dallas itself, which makes little to no sense. Hey, commentator Jacob, good to see you. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. We were just talking about Flight Sim Expo and stuff. We were just recapping that. Another thing I would like to see with an update, I think for the United States, another place I would like to see with photogrammetry. That's a good question. Like I said, I don't think Washington D.C. would work. I mean, due to the fact that there's so much senior stuff, maybe DC, but I doubt Washington D.C. is ever going to get photogrammetry. So, but I actually think if another city could get photogrammetry, that's a pretty tough choice. Most of the U.S. has already got photogrammetry anyway, so most of the major U.S. cities got it. I would say probably the cities I mentioned, Hawaii and Alaska. They probably get the photogrammetry treatment. As for globally, I like to see city updates. I think globally would be pretty interesting. I think some cities I can definitely see global. Maybe Switzerland. Geneva and Zurich could use photogrammetry. I think those would be pretty obvious ones for photogrammetry. And then obviously I think Latin America could be next. Mexico City. Everyone knows how massive Mexico City is in size. So that's what I'm thinking about as well. Oh, Toronto. Yeah, Toronto, I would agree with you. Toronto could definitely use some help. Oh, Toronto. I could definitely agree with you on that one, Typhon. Toronto could use it. Mexico City would be really cool with photogrammetry. I think that would be really cool. And then some of the European cities, I think, could use some too. I think Dublin could really use it. I think Dublin. Why not Dublin? I mean, I think Dublin's got CTD issues, but maybe the city update might fix some of the CTD problems in Dublin. I mean, Dublin's a pretty cool city as well. Dublin gets a city update. I think that would be really cool with some of the other UK cities. I think the UK isn't due for a city update. It's the UK and Ireland. So it would include Dublin, Liverpool, Edinburgh, Glasgow, and I mean, I could put London again but London's already got photogrammetry, so I think Birmingham could use it. I'm not really, like I said, I don't know all the UK stuff, but I think that would be work. Actually, no, Belfast. Yeah, I think I would like to see that with Dublin, Belfast, Liverpool, Glasgow, and Edinburgh could do it. I think that would be great. You're flying from Echo November Charlie November to Lima Romeo Sierra Bravo. Nice. So ENCN. From Kristiansand to LRSB to LSRB. From Kristiansand all the way to Cebu. CBU. Yeah, CBU in Romania. Nice. Yeah, that's definitely a very interesting route there. But I have flown around Romania before. Definitely very interesting country. The mountains of Transylvania are definitely very, very cool. Very, very cool area to fly over in the sim. I'm here in Alaska. We're trying to get our way over to we're making our way over to the to Washington State, actually. So that's what we're doing today. So definitely a beautiful view of Alaska. So so I hope you guys are having a great weekend as well. I hope you're all having a good weekend. For me, outside of Sim Expo stuff, I've been doing more flights for the virtual airline stuff. I've been trying to complete more missions. Trying to get closer to the goal. We're just barely almost halfway there to our goal of 4 million XP for the virtual airline. But I mean, we still got. Well, return vacation now. You need to catch up. Yeah, I think you might catch up, Devil Dude. Um, Are you on VATSIM? No, I am not on VATSIM commentary, Jacob. I am not on VATSIM. I'm on regular multiplayer, not VATSIM. a good question, though. So, I have not done VATSIM yet, Mary Jacob. I do have a VATSIM account, but I have not done any flights on VATSIM yet. I know Tuto Murphy was doing a VATSIM event a week ago before FS Expo, but I didn't really prepare for the event because I wasn't prepared enough to do it, and I don't want to do anything that I'm not prepared for. So no, I have not done a VATSIM flight yet. You just need to try once. Go to Chill Airport. Yeah, I'll do it at some point. I'm just not doing it right now. But yeah, that's definitely a good idea. So basically after this flight, when we land here in Seattle, the next leg of this flight is actually going to not be one leg, but 2 legs. We're going to do 2 more legs next Sunday. Actually, we're going to do 3 legs next Sunday. We'll be flying from Seattle to Aurora, then Aurora back to Seattle, and then from Seattle straight to San Francisco. So we'll be doing that on So that's what we'll be doing the next flight after this one, for the DC-3 flight. So if you guys like what you see, here's our Discord. Here it is. Click it right in. So, let's go ahead and want to talk about a little bit. So we're to our left here is the big old Prince of Wales Island. To our left. So, Prince of Wales Island. It's actually part of the Alexander Archipelago here in Alaska. It's actually the 4th largest island in the U.S. actually, only behind the big island of Hawaii, Kodiak Island, and Puerto Rico. 35 miles long, 65 miles wide, and believe it or not, it's 1/10 of the size of Ireland. The largest community in the island is the community of Craig, founded as a saltery in the early 20th century with a population of 1,500. And most of the island is covered by its own, by the Tongass National Forest. Just absolutely beautiful landscape. Just absolutely stunning here as well. Yeah, there are tons of communities all around Prince of Wales Island, and there's tons of seaplane bases in this area. There's Bawak, for example. There's Kaufman Cove. There's obviously Craig, which is the largest community in this part of Alaska, in this part in the island, and many, many more, which means basically you have tons of access for seaplanes to access through this part of Alaska. That's why you see seaplane bases pretty much all over Southeast Alaska. And this archipelago here, the Alexander Archipelago, is around 300 miles long, featuring a regular steep coast, dense evergreen temperate rainforest, and most are only accessible by boat or airplane. But, I mean, this area here is just absolutely beautiful. That's why I compare going to Alaska. In some areas, it's similar to going to Norway. The difference is in Alaska, there's not as many old historical stuff as in Norway, but Alaska is still a great area to visit. Sure. All of this is part of Prince of Wales Island. So yeah, if you guys have any plans for the next week or so, hey, I gotta go to bed. Good to see ya. I gotta go to bed. You're asking, what plane would you recommend for VFR flights in short runways? Ooh, good question. My pick for VFR in short runways, I would say the X Cup actually. I would take the X Cup. Both all X Cup variants are good because they all can take off in short runways. They have a GPS and autopilot, making it a lot simpler. And since they're X Cubs, you can take off from pretty short runways with those. Like the X Cub is just it's in all versions of the sim, so you can easily take off from anywhere basically in an X Cub. And it's simple to start and operate, so I say X Cub. And if you don't like the conventional landing gear system and you're more familiar with the tricycle landing gear, there's the NX Cub as well. So I think the X Cub is the pick. Yeah, thanks. I will try the X Cup. No worries there, gotta go bed. That's what I pick, and like I said, it's simple to get into, get to start. But beautiful scenery today, everyone. I mean, this part of Alaska is just incredible. We just crossed over 686 nautical miles left to go. We got about 4 hours left to go. We have about 4 hours left to go for this flight. ETA 4 hours, so we'll be getting ready to get back. Our tank situation is looking good. 72% left in the main tanks, so everything looks good. Everything looks good to go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and talk about a little bit about my topic today. And this is Washington State. No, I'm not talking about Washington, D.C. I'm talking about Washington State. Because, yes, there is a U.S. state called Washington. But no, this is where our destination is going to be at in the U.S. state of Washington. So that's why it's often referred to as Washington State, so don't confuse it. But this is actually the 42nd state in the U.S. Union, named after George Washington, the first U.S. president. It was formed a part of the Washington Territory, which was ceded from the British in 1846 by the Oregon Treaty, bordered by the west by the Pacific, Oregon to the south, Idaho to the east, and the Canadian province of British Columbia to the north. The state capital is the city of Olympia, but the state's largest city is Seattle, of course. It Washington is actually the 18th largest state in the Union, with an area of 71,362 square miles, and the 13th most populous state at around 7.7 million people, with the majority living in the Seattle metropolitan area. Um, Washington is a leading lumber producer and rich in all sorts of different timber, but also largest producer of apples, hops, pears, blueberries, spearmint oil, and sweet cherries, as well as other agricultural production. Um, and of course, Washington's among the wealthiest states in the U.S. and among the most socially liberal. And as a result, the state consistently ranks among the best in life expectancy and low employment, and along with Colorado, is one of the first states to legalize medicinal use of and recreational cannabis. So that's a little bit about the U.S. state of Washington. So let's talk about the history of Washington State. The people who've been around the area of Washington, where is now Washington State, have been around since 10,000 years ago. They found the 9,300-year-old skeletal remains of the Kennewick Man, among the oldest and most complete human remains in North America, found in the 1990s. And this region was home to many established tribes for thousands of years, notable for their orientally carved welcome figures, canoes, longhouses, and masks. And among them are the Maka tribe, and the peoples of the interior, and those were the people of the ones who had salmon fishing, while the people of the interior areas of Washington were based on hunting, food gathering, and agriculture. And much of it was owned by the indigenous until when the Europeans arrived back in the 18th century, came to Washington State. When the first recorded European landing on Washington coast was done by Spanish Captain Don Bruno de Heceta in 1775 on board the ship Santiago, part of a two-ship flotilla, and claimed the coastal lands up to Prince William Sound for Spain. Claimed under the Treaty of Tordesillas, and made it, and then in 1778, the British explorer Captain James Cook sighted Cape Flattery, but Cook didn't realize it existed. It was not discovered until 9 years later under Charles William Barclay, captain of the Imperial Eagle. But eventually, there was a bit of a thing between the Spaniards and the British until in 1790, under the Brand-Spanish-Nootka Convention ended Siege claims exclusivity and opened the northwest coast for explorer trades from other nations, mainly Britain and Russia. And as a result, this part became part of the British Empire until it was given to them by the 42nd parallel in 1846 as an international boundary between both nations. Eventually, there were negotiations in the next few decades between the Oregon boundary and the British until it was settled in the 1846 Oregon Treaty along the 49th parallel until the Strait of Georgia, which created the modern borders between Washington State and British Columbia. The growing population of the Oregon Territory north of the Columbia River was requested as a new territory, and as a result of the Monticello Convention, the U.S. Congress passed legislation, and President Millard Fillmore signed the law of creation of the new Washington Territory. Early prominent industries included agriculture and lumber, which this area became known for its apple orchards, while the growth of wheat became really productive in the region. And eventually they crafted a new constitution for Washington State in 1878, but never adopted. But eventually, though, after a decade, they officially became this 42nd state in 1889. Obviously, with Seattle as the major port of Alaska, as the major port of Washington and Tacoma, they built port for trade matched to Alaska and the rest of the country, and produced a huge shipbuilding industry, which became even more so during the both World Wars, and for aviation with Boeing. During the Great Depression, they built a whole series of hydroelectric dams on the Columbia River, and it culminated in the completion of the Grand Coulee Dam. During World War II, the state became a focus for war industries, as Boeing produced many heavy bombers in Seattle, Bremerton, Vancouver, and Tacoma were built for warships. And of course, Seattle became involved in the civil rights movement with its growing black or African American population. And in 1980, well, you guys probably know what happened in 1980. Mount St. Helens erupted in the longest recorded landslide in recorded history in 1980, when Mount St. Helens finally blew. So yeah, that is a little bit about the brief history of Washington State here. So definitely pretty interesting as well. I know a lot of people don't really know too much about a lot of the native tribes. The native tribes in Washington do have a long history. And there are all sorts of different cultures. And some of the tribes that lived in this area include the Chinook people, which actually is the namesake of the Chinook helicopter. They were named after the Chinook peoples group. They settled around the coast. And the Chinook were known for they hunted and fished salmon and stuff, as well as nuts, seeds, roots, and other food. An interesting fact about one of the Chinooks, one of the people who were Chinook, was Ronald McDonald. Ronald McDonald, he was the mixed race son of Archibald McDonald and Chief Concoli's daughter in Oregon, and he actually was the first Westerner to teach English in Japan during 1847-1848, and where he taught one of the chief interpreters of Japan during the time, Inosuke Moriyama, during the negotiations between the Commodore period and Tokugawa's the shogunate. He became one of the first people to teach English to Japan. Definitely pretty interesting, but there's all sorts of other people. The Quinanolds, Makan, the Snohomish, as well as other tribes like the Nez Perce, the Okanogan, the Spokane, and the Yakima tribes. But basically, there is still the legacies of those people are still here in the state of Washington. Let's not forget them too. We're getting a Chinook. Oh yeah, and yes, we're getting a CH-47 Chinook in the sim. For Microsoft Flight Sim, we're gonna get a CH-47 in quarter 3. I think I said it earlier on, but we're getting one of them for the quarter 3 of this year. So we're gonna get a new CH-47 Chinook. So yeah, I know we're gonna get one. But man, isn't this a pretty island? I mean, this. There's T-44 PMBDR. We have Waccamo, who's way up at 13,000 feet. Just beautiful today, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying this stream. If you haven't followed the channel yet and enjoying the content, smash that follow button. We're trying to hit a goal of 700 followers. So, it'd be really cool to support this channel. It's an absolute beautiful day here. I'm gonna look at my. Let's go. Okay, around 140 gallons per minute. Our fuel is pretty good. Everything's looking pretty good. Just beautiful. Just absolutely stunning. So yeah, I want to ask you guys, I hope you guys have it, all you guys in the chat, both in the lurkers and in chat, I hope you guys are enjoying your weekend today. I hope you guys had a great weekend and had a great time with friends and family. So yeah, so some I want to ask you guys though, coming out next week is the Strato Cruiser. Do you guys think I should probably get the Boeing 307 next week and see how it compares to the DC-3? I get it though, they're two kind of different planes. This is a twin engine plane, while the Stratoliner is more four engine. But I think it'd be really interesting to take out the Stratoliner and take it on the flights. Because I know we are at the DC-3 and all that, but if I enjoy it, maybe I could put it alongside the DC-3 for this flight. Having our old-fashioned old airline. I'm pretty curious to see how it works. Yeah, despite its size, take it for a spin for its first. Exactly. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get my hands on that. Like, and I really enjoyed the airplane having DC-3s, so I'm thinking I'm definitely gonna, if I like this, I'm definitely gonna like flying the Stratoliner. Yeah, exactly. First size, you only need a small runway. So yeah, I think this would be really, really cool. Or you know what? Or I can actually take the yeah, okay, I was just looking at. So, so I guess there's a couple of other news I do want to talk about. So, you would have never, I don't even believe this, but today, 85 years ago today, Manchester Airport opened in the UK. Opened 85 years ago today. Manchester's one of the UK's largest airport. It's one of the busiest airports in the UK, along with London Heathrow and London Gatwick. It's the busiest airport not in London. There used to be, back in the days, about 7,600 passengers in its first 14 months, and now it's over 20 million people visit man. But I mean, Manchester's grown a lot. as a major airport. It originally opened as an RAF airport base, but it became civilian after World War II, and it grew a lot. It has 2 runways, 05 left, 23 right, around 10,000 feet, and then 05 right, 23 left at 10,000 feet. But, I mean, it's grown massively during the 80s and 90s as a global hub. I mean, they fly all around the world. I mean, basically from Manchester. I mean, Athens, from Athens to Dublin, Toronto, Paris, Vienna, Brussels, Hong Kong, Amsterdam, Dubai, and much, much more. I mean, they fly mainly European and Middle Eastern destinations, but some American flights mainly from Canada. And of course, some American flights like Atlanta, JFK, and Las Vegas. Hey, brother, have a good fight. Got one flight miles to make. No worries, dear Rotor Depot. Thank you for coming along on today's flight. I hope things go well for you today, and I hope to catch you next time, my friend. I hope to see you soon. So take care, my friend. So we're gonna get ready to but yeah, it's a beautiful flight. It's just hey Dougal, good to see ya. Flight's going really well, Dougal. Good to see you, Dougal. But yeah, the flight's going really well today. We're heading towards Seattle, Washington today, Dougal. We're gonna cross into the contiguous 48 states today. So we're just about to leave the Alexander Archipelago, and we're gonna make our way to we're gonna head to our next waypoint, which is gonna be 285 miles into Vancouver Island, just right off the coast of British Columbia. So it's gonna be quite a flight, but once we do it, we'll be in the contiguous 48, which is gonna be really, really nice. So we'll be continuing these DC-3 flights. So yeah, everything's going really, really well. And here's a shout out to the Shadow Display team. Dougal is a well-known member of the Shadow Display team. So here's a shout out for his friends, the Shadow Display team. I think I saw your notification today. You guys are going to be flying a bush flight through Brenner Pass in Italy and Austria. So you're going to be flying through Italy, Austria, and Germany today. So that's going to be a pretty fun flight. I wonder what you shadows are going to be probably flying today. I think you're probably flying the double ender. I would guess. Here's a shout out. But yeah. But yeah, very beautiful scenic flight here today. I mean, Alaska, this part is just stunning. Love flying over Alaska. Never gets old flying around this area. So, there's actually going to be quite a bit of aviation news that we want to talk about. Um, here's some aviation stuff I do want to cover. So for day one of the for day one news, so here's some of the news from each of the days of the Paris Air Show. The Paris Air Show is actually today. It's actually been going on for the past few days. Is the Paris Air Show, which is among the world's largest air shows in the world. It's held every odd year, and it's been held this year at Paris Les Bourget. Here's some stuff that happened on the air show. Payne Field in Washington, D.C. Is at the heart of the Zero Avia Dash 8 hydroelectric project when they powered this the Dash 8 with to make the Dash 8 hydrogen electric. Which, if it completes its testing, it would be the world's largest hydrogen electric plane. Which would be very, very interesting as well. It'd be really interesting to see the Dash 8 actually have modern avionics. And here's some pretty massive aviation news. Indigo, which is the low-cost giant airline from India, and it turned out today, day one, they placed a record-breaking order of 500 Airbus A320s, which it's the biggest airplane order in history. And I thought the Air India air order was big. This is massive. 500 more airplanes. And even eclipses what Tata's Air India did earlier this year by 30. Like, that's a lot of Airbus A320s. A320neos. Then a couple of Airbus A350s are ordered. Then Qatar Airways executive bought some Gulfstream G700s for VIPs. And the de Havilland launches new and improved Twin Otters. There's going to be 45 new Twin Otters still being produced. Brand new and improved Twin Otters. So, oh, okay. And there, that's day one in Paris. So, all that. To, basically some of the day one stuff. Yeah, these are just some aviation news I wanted to cover. But yeah, I can't believe there's going to be an air order even larger than the one Air India did earlier this year. 500 A320 family planes. Like I said, I would love to attend the Paris Air Show. I would love to actually attend the air show at some point. But the Paris Air Show has been back. It's actually been going on since 1909, 114 years ago. Pretty crazy that it's been going on since 1909, but it's held every odd year from 1949 to 2019. And the air show has had a long history. I mean, with all sorts of different planes making their appearances here. But it's obviously got a long history. And of course, Paris Air Show was also infamous in 1973 for the air show crash of their Tu-144. Just stretching out a little bit. But yeah, I can't believe this. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff going on. But yeah, if you guys didn't get the new city update in last week, the city update also included any builds due in Paris Le Bourget Airport, which actually looks really, really nice. What any builds did with it looks really, really nice. And it comes with both normal and air show configuration, which is really, really cool to see for sure. So, very, very cool. So here would be that as well. So basically right now we're currently heading our way to the waypoint 285 miles. So this is going to be about over an hour until we get to the next waypoint. So we're about 575 nautical miles away. So we're definitely doing really, really nicely on this flight. Making it through our trip. So 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 to our left, actually to our right, we should be approaching the one of the big islands here in the. This here is actually Graham Island, I believe. And actually, this isn't actually part of Alaska. It's actually, we're actually looking at the Haida-Gwaii archipelago here in British Columbia. This is actually a little archipelago. So yeah, all this is part of Canada, actually. The Haida-Gwaii archipelago. So, this is actually all part of Canada, actually. They were originally known as the Queen Charlotte Islands. However, it was named the Haida-Gwaii after the Reconciliation Act between the British Columbia and the Haida people. But apparently, these islands actually have a lot of heat and temperate rainforest, including its own endemic trees like Sitka spruce, western red cedar, shore pine, and red alder. Hey, good to see you, Gizmo Baggins. Good morning to you, my friend. Well, first time chat, good to see ya. So we're recreating the 2017 Breitling DC-3 around the world trip today. This is Lake 34 of our trip. We took off from Juneau, Alaska a couple hours ago, and we're making our way down to Seattle today. So we went out, visited the Inside Passage, and now we made it back to Canada. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. If you don't know me before, I'm Viper Strike 95. I've done flight simulation since MSFS came out in 2020. I've been streaming since 2021. I've done general aviation, airliner, and historical flights on my channel. I fly all sorts of planes, and I do it because of my passion. I love exploring the vast world that we are in right now. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I love playing classical music. Love playing classical music. Classical music is just nice. It's relaxing, and it's perfect for my channel. I like to be nice and chill and just have a good, relaxing time and have fun. You're a classical musician. Oh, that's nice. Oh yeah, the views are gorgeous. Tell me about it. It's Alaska, my dude. Alaska is absolutely stunning. I've been to Alaska, Gizmo Baggins, in real life. I've been to Alaska once in 2022 on a cruise to the Inside Passage. Absolutely beautiful state. And I'll be headed back next year, and I'll be visiting even more of Alaska next year because I'll be visiting Juneau, Valdez, and Seward, Alaska. I'll be visiting those as well, but you can never go wrong with visiting this part of the world. Hey, Rainbolt, good to see you. How you been, Rainbolt? Great to see you. It has been a long time. How have you been? Gizmo Baggins says you play classical piano and other instruments, but mainly piano. Oh, that's great. I never get the hang of the piano myself, Gizmo. I may be good at flying airliners and stuff, but I don't have musical talent to play the piano. But I respect anyone who has good musical talent. You've been busy? No worries. I've been really enjoying the Flight Sim Expo stuff, and I've mainly been doing lots of virtual airline flying. That's what I've been doing, Greenbolt, and of course doing these streams. I've not been to Alaska, but oh yeah, a flight over Alaska. Oh, Alaska is awesome. In fact, next year, Gizmo, I'll be flying in a seaplane next year. Over in Juneau will be the 5 Glaciers flight next year. So I'll even pitch in for the cost, but I've been wanting to do a seaplane flight over Alaska for that is like a bucket list thing, is to do a seaplane flight over Alaska in real life. Well, it looks like I'm gonna get what I wanted though. I used to play a bit of piano, but that was a long time ago. I tried piano, I was never super good, but never really did the piano very much. Like, I try to it, but I'm just not really that good. So yeah, it's great. It's a great hobby, even if you play songs. Yeah, exactly. Playing music, and that is definitely something really really nice. You get to enjoy playing music and having a good time. Yeah, very very cool. Well, you do all this. But yeah, flying over this part is just really really nice. Um, I've been to other places too, Gizmo. I visited quite a few areas in the Caribbean. Myself, I visited the Dominican Republic, um, in La Ramona and Puerto Plata. I've been around that area. I visited the Bahamas. The Bahamas are definitely pretty. Got some beautiful beaches in the Bahamas. I visited St. Thomas on the U.S. Virgin Islands, which is really pretty. Especially when you get to Paradise Point up top of the hill. You take that gondola, you have amazing view of, of the island. And of course, I also went to St. Martin as well, and I got to visit Maho Beach in around Princess Juliana Airport. It was very, very cool to visit. Got to go right to Maho Beach and got to see the planes actually land, which is insanely cool. I've been visiting there. And of course, and then I also visited Cozumel, which is right around Mexico. It's a small island off the coast of eastern Mexico. And then I visit it's known as Costa Maya. Actually, it's actually I think it's located in Mahahual is actually where we went. But that's in Mexico. We went through Chetumal and we actually went to some Mayan ruins. It's Chacaboban, where I think it's at. I'm trying to find it if I can find it on the map. But we went to see some Mayan ruins. And then the last place I most recently went to was in Honduras, actually. Roatan. It's on the island. It's on the little island off the coast of Honduras. But it's actually that was actually my favorite place back in the Mexico vacation that we did. That was my first cruise we did that I ever did. But yeah, I really do enjoy my time. But yeah, I can't wait to visit more places. Like but one of the other places I hope we can visit soon, outside of Alaska, is actually Canada, New England. Now I'm not visiting this year or next year due to it didn't really work with our schedules. But I'm hoping in 2025, if there's a schedule, I think I'm planning on doing a Canada, New England thing, visiting like New York, Boston, Halifax. And especially Quebec. Quebec is a place I definitely want to check out because Quebec City is just it's a the charm of that place is off the chart. There's just like Quebec is such a pretty city to visit. There's also Saguenay too in the fjord. is also very scenic as well, from what I heard. Apparently, it has its own little fjords. So, Saguenay would definitely be a pretty cool area to visit. I would love to visit that part of Canada myself. Very, very cool. Yeah, that's places I do want to check out and visit around all over the place. Of course, I do have a dream destination I wanted to visit. I do want to visit Europe at some point in my life. I get it. Air travel costs are an absolute pain, but I would love to visit the British Isles, obviously. Mainly Ireland and Scotland. Obviously, Ireland is an awesome area to visit. I mean, Ireland has the beautiful countryside. You obviously have Dublin, which is got lots of really cool landmarks like Trinity College, Dublin Castle, of course Guinness. Of course, you have the Faroe Islands. Oh, the Faroes definitely a good pick. Faroe Islands is definitely a very interesting pick. Yeah, the Faroe Islands are definitely a good, interesting pick too. But like I said, I like to visit Ireland. For Dublin, there's obviously Cork. There's obviously Blarney Castle. I mean, that, if you guys have never heard about the Blarney Castle, that's a classic landmark in the area. And of course, I mean, the Ring of Kerry, the highway that goes all around the area known as the Ring of Kerry. That's a scenic highway as well. And then obviously Scotland, of course, for the same reasons. You have all the Scottish landmarks, the locks, and all that. And then the only other place in Europe I would like to visit is probably either the French Riviera with Marseille, Montpellier, Nice, and Genoa and all that. Either the Riviera or the Adriatic Sea, which is got Zadar, Split, Dubrovnik, and Kotor. Those are probably the places I want to visit, because I mean, the beautiful coast. Those are places I would. Oh yeah, Ireland has so much history. It is. Ireland is very rich in history. It's also got a very interesting story to tell with a lot of the Irish people. Considering that Ireland today still has less people than back it was in 1848 due to the potato famine. But Ireland has a very rich history of its own. Like I said, I know people from Ireland on my streams too. I mean, my main community actually has from Ireland. I mean, Tuto Murphy, an excellent friend. I wear his gear because, well, Murph and I are good friends. He's a great friend of mine, and he's from Ireland. I know a few flight simmers from there. But Ireland is definitely a very cool area. I need to do another stream in Ireland like last time. Probably take the ATR again and visit like Cork, Donegal, and all that, and just fly around the Irish coast for a bit. Or maybe do some more flying around Ireland in general. That would be. Yeah, I love this. I would love it. And then very, very cool. Yeah, like I said, I love traveling the world. That's why if you ever visit my streams, I love telling you the information about the places we're flying, and that way I want to educate you. I don't want to. I know it's great to have fun and all, but I like to teach you guys about the places we fly. And that way you guys know what kind of places we're flying. Because trust me, there's so much about the world that we still need to be learning about. So that's what I like to do for my flight simming, and it's the way I've been wanting to do this for. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, if you definitely want to do a gizmo, if you want to keep track of my streams, I mean, I have my Discord. If you want to join along my Discord. Um. So right here to our left, here's the Canadian province of British Columbia is to our left. We have British Columbia. This includes like Prince Rupert and all that, and Bella Coola. But yeah, I think my big project still for 2024 is to do my own around the world trip, but it's to visit every country in the world. That's my big thing for 2024. I think that's going to be the majority of my streams for 2024. Is I want to ask Murph if I can do a Firefly Air around the world trip. He gives me okay, and I'll be set up, and we'll be visiting every single country. And visit every area of the world, visit every country and sovereign state of the world. From Andorra all the way to Zimbabwe and more. That's what I want to plan for 2024. And visit all the really cool areas. Some would be general aviation, some would be airliners. Some will be the warbirds, so yeah, I'll hop in Discord. Simply fly on Sundays. Nice. Yeah, thanks for coming to the Discord. Yeah, and you can keep track of all my flights, of course. Yeah, welcome on in. Welcome to Discord, my friend. So yeah, I have all sorts of my slideshows and stuff. I got pictures and stuff, galleries. So yeah. But it's absolutely just okay, we have 45% of the main tanks we got. Let's see. Okay, we're about halfway, 90 gallons. So we still got a bit of a while to go before we change our tanks. This DC-3 can go to, I believe, around 1,000 nautical miles. nearly 1,500 miles, normal miles. Conversions, that's around 1,300 nautical miles with max fuel. So I think we're good with the fuel situation for now. And like I said, I put the mixture on lean, so I make it last not near as much oil, so we can last longer flight. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. So I want to talk a little bit more about Washington State. Geographically, Washington State is quite interesting geographically. So one of the things that really make Washington State pretty unique is obviously in the contiguous U.S. it's the northwesternmost state, bordered by Idaho to the east, along with British Columbia to the north and the west by the Pacific. But mainly the thing that separates Washington is the Cascade Mountains. The Cascade Range runs down through much of Washington, and it actually splits the state into two. As a result, Western and Eastern Washington are actually quite different, both geographically and climatically. If you're in the western side of Washington, well, the climate's mostly a Mediterranean-like climate, with mild temperatures and wet winters, autumns, and springs, and the summers being relatively dry in the western half of Washington. You can also find the tallest mountain in the western half of Washington, Mount Rainier, which is 14,411 foot tall, and is among the most dangerous volcanoes in the U.S. And of course, Washington is very rainy is a very rainy area in the contiguous 48. It has more rain days per year than most places in the country. However, once you step onto the other side of the Cascade Range and up to eastern Washington, it is actually pretty different, and the eastern side is actually pretty dry, with semi-arid steppe and even a true few arid deserts. And you want to know why that's the case? Well, that's because there is a phenomenon known as a rain shadow, which is an area of significantly reduced rainfall behind a mountainous region. And as a result, because of it, because of the mountains of the Cascade, it prevents rain from ever reaching to the other side of the mountains. So as a result, eastern Washington is considerably more arid and drier than the west side. However, it's not so bad for agriculture because the soil is very good in eastern Washington. So as a result, that's why eastern Washington's kind of different. So yeah, I think that's a pretty cool thing to explain it to. Oh, nice, Ringbolt, fly along? No worries. And, oh my goodness, Court. Hello, Court and Court viewers. Good to see you. Welcome on in. We're doing leg 34 of our DC-3 around the world flights. We're heading our way over to Seattle, Washington today. We took off from Juneau about two hours ago, and we're making our way down through. We're right outside the coast of British Columbia right now. So Atopple, thank you for the follow. Court, I hope you had a great stream, my friend. I hope you guys have had fun. We have quite a few people. We have Wacamo and the NB339, and we have quite a few people, but it has absolutely been a very scenic flight today. If you guys know about me, I absolutely fly in the lens. So guys, if you guys don't know about me, I'm FlightMaster95 from the United States. I've been streaming Microsoft Flight Simulator since 2021. I fly general aviation, airliners, and historical recreation routes. That's what I do on my streams. I stream Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays on Twitch. So welcome on in, everyone. Thanks for having me. Oh yeah. Hope everyone well. We saw you flying. Nice. So you have some family in British Columbia. Oh, very cool. So, I haven't been to British Columbia. I've actually been to British Columbia once. That was during my cruise, my Alaskan cruise. We went to Victoria. Now, Victoria is actually a very, very nice city. It's actually a very pretty city. But my issue with Victoria was we had a terrible tour guide, and it was terrible. it wasn't fair to the city of Victoria, because I know Victoria is actually a very cool city. And I actually pull over the sim. It's actually very nice to visit. It's just, like I said, bad tourism. But Bruce, thank you, Devil Dude. Thanks for posting in the Discord. Thanks for posting. An exclusive interview with Jorg. Yeah, I was covering about the MSFS news earlier today, but yeah, I am very excited for MSFS 2024. I think it's going to be a great sim, and I know they put a lot of improvements over the original. And the fact there's backwards compatibility and all that, I think is a pretty nice thing. I do hope some of the issues from 2020 do get fixed, and I'm really hoping that's the case. Oh, but yeah, I'm pretty excited. British Columbia is very nice, and I did a whole stream in BC. British Columbia is definitely a very nice area in Canada, especially with all the mountains and different seaplane ports. Like, you can't go wrong flying around BC. Base all bugs. I hope in 2020. Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's still even more content they haven't even announced yet. Like, I'm very excited for a lot of the new planes out in the sim. I think I guess if you guys know me, I'm most excited for the the A400. It's because, like I said, I've been really wanting the C-130, and I know I like the Transall, but the A400 is like the closest thing to a C-130. Just a lot faster, just a bit newer and faster, but still really cool. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for what's going to come in MSFS. I think it's going to be. And I think some of the changes they showed off, I think with the data and all that, is definitely. Yeah, the CL4115 as well. That's also another one. They could make the game by making server-side only load stuff. Again, exactly. It's a sim. But yeah, like I said, I'm really like making it smaller or. So yeah, there's basically going to be lots of pretty interesting changes. Let me go back to my slides. So like I said, rain shadow is what caused a lot of Washington's climate to change. But Washington has a pretty varied climates, from cold deserts to arid conditions in the east, and then in the west, more mild summers and oceanic climate. But as a result, Washington's pretty varied climate. And even though Western Washington's pretty marine climate, there has been a few winter storms that happened during this part of Washington with snow and all that, but mainly it's pretty mild. And there's Washington's climate. So you have Washington climates, like I said, the freezes is what caused a lot of their climates. Include the high pressure, low pressure systems in the Pacific, the rain shadows, and the continental air masses as well create Washington's very varied climate. As a result. And there's been a few big breeze events, even though Washington's got a marine climate. There has been a few exceptions with the freezing winters of certain years, so do keep that in mind. And yes, I do talk about the rain shadow, and that is the thing that really separates Washington State from quite a few others in the United States, is the rain shadow effect. But it's extremely dramatic here in Washington State. For example, if you're in the western side of the Olympic Peninsula, which contains like Seattle and stuff, you can receive as much as 168 inches of rain every year, making it the wettest area of the 48 contiguous United States. But if you go to eastern Washington, in the rain shadow area, you might only get 6 inches of rain a year, which makes it very, very extreme. And that's because the Olympic Mountains and Cascades compound this issue by causing the lift of the air blown inland of the Pacific. So as a result, the western side gets way more precipitation, while the eastern side, known as the leeward, gets low levels of precipitation. So that's why when you enter one state from one area in Washington to the other, it's very different. In terms of flora and fauna here in Washington State, it's home to quite a few animals. Washington State's home to all sorts of trees, including the Douglas fir, the camassia, the hemlock, ponderosa pine, western reed cedar, and many fern species make their home here in Washington State. In the eastern area, the flora is mainly dominated by tumbleweeds and sagebush throughout much of the countryside. And then some native mammals make their homes here. Mammals native to the state include the bat, black bear, bobcat, cougar, coyote, deer, gray wolf, moose, mountain beaver, muskrat, pocket gopher, rabbit, river otters, and tree squirrels among those, as well as many fish species, including the channel catfish, lamprey, and sturgeon. Are some native fish species. There's also 5 species of salmon that come to the Washington area to spawn in the western area. Washington has a variety of national parks, including Olympic National Parks, North Cascades National Park, and Mount Rainier as well, home to some of Washington's points. So definitely a very, very cool area here to visit. Yes, the wood. Yes. There's Wakamo, Winged Web, and Mongo. Good to have you guys here along with me today, guys. Thanks for coming along. I'm gonna go ahead and check my fuel. Okay, 30%. This isn't bad. I might be able to finish the rest of the journey by switching tanks. So But yeah, we're doing very, very well here today. But yeah, I'm here to kind of help you guys learn about Washington State, which definitely are where we're going to end up here. Um, because we're going to be flying towards Boeing Field today. So there's still a lot to learn more about it, like economy, agriculture, transportation, and all that. So there's still plenty to learn. But yeah, I've been to Seattle. I've been to Seattle, Washington before. I mainly been to. I haven't been. I've been to Seattle itself. I got to see the Space Needle, of course. So if you guys want to, you can actually do some scenic flying around the Space Needle in downtown Seattle, and we might be able to fly over some of the landmarks in Seattle on our way there. We could see Pike Place Markets, Space Needle, Lumen Field and T-Mobile Park, home to Seattle sports teams make their home here. But yeah, we're gonna do some flying around Seattle as well. But yeah, absolutely, it's gonna be. I'm gonna get me a refill of my drink, so I'll be back in just 1 second. So I'm gonna go ahead and just. All right, I'm back. Just had to get me a quick refill. But yeah, I'm very, very excited here for this DC-3 journey. We still have to get through the continental United States next. So next week, next Sunday's flight is going to be legs 35, 36, and 37. Next week, which is going to be just a little bit longer than the one we're doing today. It'll be from Seattle to Aurora, then Aurora back to Seattle due to some plane plans, and then from Seattle we'll make our way down over to San Francisco. So that would be a really beautiful flight to check out, but we'll start making our way across the United States. But yeah, we'll be going all across the United States. But I cannot wait to go across the United States because that would be what we're going to be doing. Very, very cool. Hey, good to see you. Sucking Schnitzel, good to see ya. Welcome on in. We're doing our Breitling DC-3 around the world flight. I am recreating what Breitling did all the way back in 2017 when they took this DC-3, which was 77 years old at the time, across the world. So I hope you're doing well, Schnitzel. So we're making our way down to Seattle from Juneau. 842 nautical miles total. We're just around 435 nautical miles left to go on this trip. So that's what we're be doing. So definitely very, very cool as well. Hey, curious to see King Lou. We are in the we're in Southeast Asia. Um, it's our closest airport here. It is Charlie Alpha Yankee 4. Um, that's our closest airport. So if you want to meet me a little later on, um, I recommend you can fly from Charlie Bravo Bravo Charlie. There you go. That that is probably because we're gonna be flying near that one soon. You can join me. It's a little further ahead in Bella Bella, but you can join me. No worries, King Lou. I'm happy to help you out there a bit. Happy to help. I'm happy to help. So, um, yeah. I'm really excited to try out the 4 tri-motor next. Not this upcoming Friday. It's not the next Friday stream, but the one afterward. So I want to try the 4 tri-motor that just came out. So I want to show you guys that plane, which is currently right now for free. By the way, it's currently for free. Yes, if you switch, I'll switch. I'm gonna spawn him in there. You spawn him in there. Ain't no worries, King Lou. No worries at all. No worries. I mean, we have a lot of people with us. Wingweb, Whack-A-Mole, and Mongo with us, and King Lou's going to be joining us in midair very shortly. It's what a great turnout, everyone. That has been awesome. Turnout here today. It's been a great time. Definitely beautiful, beautiful day today. I mean, Monster Lou, Mongo, Whack-A-Mole, and Wade Webb are all here with us today. Great to have all you guys flying along here today. Um, here in this stream. So, let's go ahead and talk about more about this U.S. state of Washington for a bit. So, right here. Here we go, guys. Washington State's economy, economically, Washington State, is actually pretty strong. With a total state GDP of 612 million U.S. dollars. It's placed at 5th in the nation and it's kept growing 6.5 per year, which is the fastest state in the U.S. And it's home to several significant businesses make their business here, including Boeing, Starbucks, Amazon, Costco, and Microsoft. All businesses that make their homes here, as well as other companies like T-Mobile, Jones Soda, Alaska Airlines, and Expedia all make their business here in the Washington State. And there's been quite a few major industries here in Washington. For manufacturing, Washington State is known for manufacturing jet airplanes from Boeing. They appear in software development from companies like Microsoft and Nintendo of America, online retailers. Of course, but traditionally, the big part of Washington State's economy has been agriculture, and that's because Washington State agriculturally has got really good soil with a fantastic soil and weather conditions. Washington State, as a result, is one of the leading agricultural states in the country. Here, for example, in 2003, the total value of Washington's agriculture was around $5.79 billion, 11th highest in the country. And it was updated in 2018 to around $10.6 billion. But Washington was among the leaders of the nation in production of raspberries. Red raspberries, over 90% of the red raspberries in the U.S. 79% of hops, which, if you know anything about your beer making, hops is what is part of all the beer. 75% of spearmint oil. Sprinkled CPs, 7.4%. 71% of the apple production. 62% of sweet cherries. 45% pears. 55% cocktail grapes. And carrots for processing is around 30.6%. But historically, for Washington, apples have been particularly very important in Washington, and that's because of the dry, warm summers and the cold winters of central Washington. And as a result, due to it, Washington has led the U.S. in apple production since the 1920s. And there are two main areas that compose a lot of apples: the Winnetichy-Okanogan region and the Yakima regions are famous for their production of apples. It was further development with the development of the Northern Pacific Railway and the Great Northern Railway, allowing apple production to reach all across the country. In the Northwest, focused on a lot of quality of apples rather than quantity, and as a result, there's all sorts of different types of apples grown across Washington. So apples are a huge deal grown in Washington State. In addition to apples, you would never expect this, but Washington's actually also a top wine-making state in the U.S. The only one ahead of Washington State in terms of wine production is California. By 2006, there's over 31,000 acres of vineyards and a harvest of 120,000 short tons of grapes, going to more than 40 countries around the world from the state's 600 different wineries. And now in 2021, it's grown to over 1,000. Though, most of the wine production is actually grown in the eastern half of Washington State, and the rain shadow actually makes it kind of important. And it's also because the eastern half of Washington is much more sunny and consistent temperatures. But Washington's well known for its wine too, and there's a whole bunch of them grown into it as well. And as a result, Washington makes a lot of very high quality American-made wines. So yeah, very interesting as well to learn about Washington State. And some people say, oh, the United States can't make wine. They very much can. So, why I like this channel, yeah, the music, I do like this. The channel is really known for its music. Very, very cool flying, guys. Look at that. Oh my goodness, you guys are really nailing the flying here today. Oh, oh. Keep it on a friendly... Oh, yeah, do not avoid... yeah, watch your language. This is a family-friendly channel, by the way. I try to keep it as family-friendly as I can. Yeah. Please keep it family-friendly. Thanks, Dougal. Sorry. No worries. Just like I said, I'm pretty chill. I'm not that strict. There's a few rules. Like I'm not going to be that kind of person. I'm not a bandhammer kind of person. Like I make exception to bots, like giving free followers. Like that's not acceptable. But because I don't do that, I don't like bots. But if people make a mistake about cussing and all that, so, just a little reminder. That's just what I am. That's just... So yeah, we're gonna get some pretty cool stuff going on. So we have very, very pretty area today. So yeah, we're getting very close to Vancouver Island, actually, everyone. So we will be... So Vancouver Island, which is actually one of Canada's larger islands. Look at that. Pretty cool. So yeah, there's been a lot of streams going on in FS Expo right now. We got quite a few people streaming from FS Expo. So, so before we're gonna get going, so I wanted to ask you guys, where should I go on Wednesday? I know I'm going to be flying the 787 Dreamliner on Wednesday, which is from the new avionics update. So, I know this thing is a pretty big plane, so I need a big long runway. I'm thinking about doing some flying from around here. I'm probably going to do some flying from maybe from LA to Dallas from here. Just try to do some long flights, because obviously the Dreamliner is a big plane. You need a runway. Maybe I'd check on flight radar, see what kind of. Maybe I'm just trying to find some domestic flights. Sorry if I'm not. I'm just trying to look. Yeah, I could also take the 787 back to India, do from Delhi to Kolkata. They fly that in the 787, so maybe I'd do that one. How far are we flying? Hey, how far are we flying? Well, the whole leg's 840. We still have around, let's 300. We're about 380 nautical miles away from our destination, Ringbolt. That's how far we got left to go before we make our way to Seattle. Well, much of the regular parts of the flight, we're going to be flying through Vancouver Island. So we're going to get some very beautiful landmarks for sure. So that's what we're going to be doing. That's where we're going to be going. Yeah, that's how far we have left to go, Ringbolt. Oh, your dinner's ready? I won't be able to make that. I gotta catch you another time. No worries, Ringbolt. No worries, all Rainbow. I hope to see you later, and Dougal as well. Hope you enjoy your dinner, Dougal. Have a great flight, and I might see you on the Shadows Play Team stream later. So I hope to see you then. See you later, Ringbolt and Dougal. Thank you for joining along today. Yeah, great to have you guys here. Thank you a bunch. So, we still got 2 hours left to go on this one. So, we're about to enter Vancouver Island. So, let me give you some information about this island. Vancouver Island is actually Canada's 11th largest island. But it is actually, Canada's 2nd most populous island. As the island of Montreal is actually larger in Montreal's island. The island's around 283 miles long, 62 miles wide at its widest point, and total area is around 32,000 square kilometers. The indigenous people used to live for thousands of years on this island, but the first major Europeans to explore the island were Russian fur traders in 1774. And the Spaniards had a couple of expeditions to claim the Northwest. And the first expedition was in 1774 by Juan Jose Perez Hernandez when he did a Spanish expedition in Santiago. Then Vancouver Island came to the attention of the British under James Cook in 1778 and claimed it for Great Britain, with the British setting up fur trading industry on the island. And this led to a dispute over sovereignty of the island until the British took over it. Then the British settled this island, and it remained that way for the British until eventually when it became part of Canada under the Constitution Act of 1867, made it part of Canada. But one of the more interesting things about Vancouver Island, geographically, is it's separated from the mainland by the Johnstone Strait and the Queen Charlotte Strait to the north, Strait of Georgia to the southeast, and the Strait of Juan de Fuca in the southwest, separated from the United States. And it even has its own mountain ranges that run through most of the island, known as the Vancouver Island Ranges, which the highest point is 7,201 feet in the Golden Hind. So, pretty tall mountains. Got a couple of national parks, and of course, the area is home to a bunch of fjords in the west. The west coast has tons of fjords, bays, and inlets, and the interior has many different lakes. With some of the most mild climate in all of Canada, with temperatures in the coast being above 0 degrees in the winter. In the summers, it'd be around 82 to 91 degrees. As a result, the island's also home to its own temperate rainforest, home to many different flora species like Douglas fir, western red cedar, Gary oak, and Oregon grape. With some animals living here include the Roosevelt elk, several other mammal species like the Vancouver Island marmot and black-tailed deer, and of course marine mammals, orcas. Orcas live all throughout this area, as well as other whale species like the humpback. And this area is well known for the largest city, Victoria. Its largest city. It's been a major tourism for the last couple of years, with fishing, whale watching, and diving. And of course, people love visiting Victoria's architecture. So, definitely a pretty beautiful island. So in front of us is Vancouver Island. There's Vancouver Island in the distance. Um, from here, so we'll be flying around Port Hardy and a few other areas across Vancouver Island. So definitely a very pretty area here. I mean, just gorgeous. There are some of the mountains in British Columbia. Hey, good to see you. Grab your parachutes. Welcome on in, my friend. Everything's going quite well. We're about to enter to the Straits, right around Vancouver Island today. So we're making our way to Seattle, so we're gonna have to go through Vancouver Island. So this should definitely be a very scenic flight. Let's check 19%. I can go a little further than that, then we can change. But yeah, everything's going really, really well. We're about 300, just under 350 nautical miles left to go. Everything's been going really well. Everything's been running smooth. Speed check, please. Speed 163 knots. We're going at 445 knots, and we'll be making our way down to Vancouver Island. So we still got quite a bit of ways to go. So but yeah, speed check is going pretty good. So here it is, guys. Vancouver Island. There are quite a few communities all across the island. So the first, we're gonna fly over near Port Hardy first. We'll be getting near that. That's population 3,900 people. And it's the gateway to Kate Scott Providential Park and the British Columbia Marine Trail. And it's got all sorts of outdoor activities like kayaking, caving, scuba diving, nature viewing, and more. It was named after Vice Admiral Sir Thomas Master Hardy, who served on the HMS Victory during the Battle of Trafalgar, when Horatio Nelson died in his arms. Are you in front of everyone in the minimap? Yeah, I am in front of everyone. The Monster Lou, you're right ahead of me, but I'm up ahead of all the rest of you. Just a little bit. So right now we're about to cross into the straits here in British Columbia. We're going to be just heading through. But yeah, I'm ahead, but we're getting right near it. I mean, what a... Okay. Oh, you don't have the livery. Well, unfortunately, the livery I got from Flights NTO, but the issue is that the courier actually deleted the livery before, so you can't get the livery. The only way I could give it is if I find a way to post it on the Discord. We're gonna get ready to get going. Hold on one second. I'm going to turn back the data thing. Just give me a bit of a second. There you go. Sorry about that. I had to turn back on the satellite data thing. Just a quick second. This ear is being. I was closing in with the 777. Yes, that's pretty nice. Well, I can't wait for us to get the 777 in MSFS soon with PNDG. That's one of the big releases I'm looking forward to. So here's Vancouver Island, everyone. Um, Beautiful islands. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and switch the tanks now. Left auxiliary, and switch to right auxiliary tank. Okay, so we switched tanks. So now we're able to switch our tanks, so everything should be running pretty smoothly. Um, Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful here today. Seeing through the islands of Columbia. And to our right is the small community of Port Hardy. That's to our right. There's Port Hardy and the rest to our right. Yeah, we have all those people here. We still have a lot of people here. We have Monster Lube, Mongo, and Whack-A-Mole here right now. But yeah, look at the coast. That is absolutely stunning. What a beautiful coastline flight. Yeah, what do you guys think of this flight so far in the chat? I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. Absolutely beautiful. So many awesome people here today. Today's also the last day of Flight Sim Expo, so I know quite a few people are enjoying their time there in Houston. I wish I were on, but hey, I'm also going to be here with you guys, so. Oh yeah, apparently I heard that Allison Johnson's going to be flying in a Stearman today. I saw it in Two-Tone Murphy's Discord. Allison Johnson's going to be in a Stearman. She's actually going to be in the air in a Stearman. Oh man, that's pretty awesome. It reminds me of the time I went on a Waco. That's so much fun. Like in a Waco, flying and all that. That's awesome. Just beautiful islands everywhere, and this part of British Columbia is just really pretty, with all the different little communities and lodges and seaplane ports all across this area of British Columbia. Just absolutely beautiful. So I can give you guys a little information about British Columbia along the way too. British Columbia is actually Canada's westernmost province, with its famous for its diverse geography with rugged landscapes, rocky coastlines, sandy beaches, forests, lakes, mountains, inland deserts, and grassy plains. Bordering by Alberta to the east, the Northwest Territory and Yukon to the north, and the U.S. states of Washington, Idaho, and Montana to the south, and Alaska to the northwest. The capital is actually in Victoria, while the province's largest city is actually in Vancouver, and Vancouver is Canada's third largest metropolitan area. Major sectors of its economy include forestry, mining, filmmaking, video production, tourism, and more. Definitely a very beautiful area. So, beautiful area. Yeah, the area is well known for its parks and stuff, including Glacier National Park, Gulf Islands National Reserve, and more. All are some of the major parks in British Columbia. And of course, it's got pretty rich culture, being from its rich visual arts history, its cuisine with seafood and all that. In fact, sushi's actually been a big deal in British Columbia, as well as seafood, Dungeness crab, and halibut. Pretty cool stuff about British Columbia. But yeah, the scenery here, absolutely spectacular. Just beautiful. Absolutely stunning scenery. Hey guys. Can you take a look back so I can take a picture? Here it is. Still have everyone here with us on this flight. Hey, no worries. No worries at all. So, we're getting very, very close to our destination here today. Just 275 nautical miles left to go. So while we're here, let's go ahead and finish some of the Washington State slides. In Washington State's transportation-wise, Washington State, there's several things that involve Washington's travels. There's over 7,000 miles of highways and roads of the highway system. And of course, Washington State's also home to its largest ferry system. And it's the third largest ferry system in the world. There's also 57,000 miles of local roads. And there's also 140 different public airfields in Washington State, including 16 state airports. There's extensive waterways all throughout Seattle. Well, simply put, because of the Puget Sound, there's tons of islands within Washington State, so they need to be accessed by water travel. That's why ferry systems are very important in Washington State. There's also extensive highways and stuff too. In terms of airports in Washington State, the largest airport in in Washington is without question Seattle-Tacoma, Kilo Sierra Echo Alpha. It's a handcrafted airport in the sim, but it is a very cool international airport. I've been into Seattle. Very nice. And that airport's been around since 1944, and it is a major gateway. It is actually Alaska Airlines' primary hub, as well as an international gateway for Delta Airlines into Asia. And that airport serves 91 domestic and 20 international destinations across the globe, but mainly in Alaska Airlines case, they fly all across the country. And some international flights from Alaska Airlines. But mainly Alaska Airlines uses their gateway to the United States to Alaska. And then Delta Airlines mainly uses it for flights internationally. But mainly flights to some Asian destinations in Hawaii, like Honolulu, Juneau, Lihu, Tokyo Haneda, Shanghai, Pudong Airport, and Seoul Incheon, for example. And of course, there are tons of other international airports operating here, like Turkish Airlines to Istanbul, Korean Air to Seoul Incheon, Japan Airlines to Tokyo Narita, and EVA Air flies to Taoyuan International, for example. But yeah, they do have international flights from Seattle. Now, other commercial airports include the rapidly growing Payne Field, which has actually been grown over the last couple of years, but it's really grown more from Alaska Airlines. Has actually started to fly from Payne Field. That's been growing in recent years, and Payne Field's also where it's right next to the Boeing factory at Everett. There's Spokane International, which is Washington's second busiest airport, and they mainly do regional stuff in some of the bigger cities. But yeah, just some pretty important little airports, and of course Boeing Field in Seattle is where we're going to be ending up, but it's grown as a major cargo hub. Mainly UPS operates here, but Ameriflight mainly flies out of the airport. But now this is the Johnson Strait. Oh my goodness, guys, look at this. Look at the scenery put up for us today. Oh my goodness, that is a very pretty. Hey, good to see you, Kaharia. Welcome on in. Let me get a shout out for you, Kaharia. Thank you for coming to streams. Check out Kaharia's channel. She's doing the Spitfire Around the World journey. I believe, I haven't checked on what she's done, but I believe she's in Russia right now. I might be wrong, Kaharia. But check out her streams. She is a very awesome flight simmer as well. Yeah, she's still in Russia right now. I think she's going to head towards Japan soon. So check out her channel. She streams, I believe Thursdays and Saturdays. Yep, I was thinking I was right. So we're heading to Seattle right now, Kaharia. We're just flying around the Johnson Strait. In Vancouver Island. We're going to head our way over to Seattle. We're flying around Vancouver Island. I mean, this is very nice flying here, guys. Scenery here is just incredible. Between this and Alaska, this is some of the nice scenery we flew in the entire trip. It is very good. British Columbia is definitely one of my favorite areas to fly in Canada. And then let me look at, now this is Vancouver Island. We have quite a few people with us. Whack-A-Mole, Monster Lou, and Mongo. And here's what British Columbia looks in the British Columbia Sea. It is so pretty. I mean, imagine how good this sim would look in 2024 when Microsoft comes out with 2024. I mean, visuals are going to be off the charts. because the sceneries could look even better with their updated 3D stuff. But yeah. Oh, you're approaching the 7-4. Oh, you're doing the firefighter achievement. It's Texas. Oh, that's pretty cool. I've done that achievement, by the way. Oh, you're heading towards Dallas. Oh yeah, Dublin, Dallas. That's a long flight. I did the achievement on Kahara. That I did that one in the 787 Dreamliner. That was before. That was the day during the update. So, definitely a very cool flight. I'm gonna be flying the 787 on Wednesday. It'll be my first time truly flying it since the updates, so it'll be a good thing to compare it to. But, yeah, the Johnson Straits. Woo-wee, that is a pretty area, right? So, what achievement do you not have in the book? Good question. So far the only achievements I don't have right now is actually the 2 new achievements that just came out today, according to 6 Knots. And I'm going to be doing those today, the Bushmaster Oregon and the Bushmaster Washington. So, so I need to do these achievements today. I need to get ready to do those today from 6 Knots. So I need to get ahead and get going after the stream. I need to get those 2, but those are the only 2 achievements I don't have right now. I got every other one, so that's a great question. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous here. I mean, look at that. Look at all the peaks around here. I mean, this is just crazy. Yeah, like the west coast of Canada, like up from the bottom half of Alberta and British Columbia, and you go west into the Yukon, is pretty mountainous. But then you go much of the eastern half of Alberta, all the way to the lower region of Manitoba, is pretty flat part of Canada. And then Ontario, there's definitely tons of forest in Ontario. In Quebec has tons of forest. Yeah, Canada's pretty unique in that sense. Yeah, we're doing quite well today. Yeah, we're getting there pretty quickly. Hey, destination code. Destination is actually going to be her route. That is Kilo Bravo Foxtrot India. Um, it is Bowen Field, Kilo Bravo Foxtrot India. Oh, you reached it to Iceland. Nice. From Ireland up to Iceland. Now up to North Ireland. Nice. So that's where we're going to end up today, King Lou. Bowen Field in Seattle. Man, the landscapes. No worries, King Lou. But yeah, we're heading to Seattle. But man, what a beautiful flight today. I'm going to put this external view so you guys can actually see the very top. Man, this is absolutely stunning. Just absolutely stunning, everyone. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Next Sunday is going to be the next Sunday of our DC-3 journey. We'll be back in Seattle. We'll be taking off from Boeing Field. We're going to be doing 3 legs next Sunday. We'll be going from Boeing, and we'll make a short hop from Boeing to Aurora Airport, just outside of Portland. Then from Aurora, we'll head back to Boeing Field again to do some maintenance and repairs. And then we'll be flying from Boeing Field, Seattle. We'll make our way down to San Francisco, California. So, this will be a very enjoyable trip here. I hope you guys enjoy this next flight as well. And next flight, we'll be talking about the states of Oregon and California. So, we're going to be doing that as well. And we're going to continue to make our way down to the contiguous 48, which that would be important. And then the next DC-3, then the one afterwards would be San Francisco to Los Angeles. We do find some flight around Los Angeles before making our way over to we'll make our way over to Page Airport, Kilo Papa Golf Alpha, just right outside of Glen Canyon. So we'll be flying through the Grand Canyon in that as well. So we got some incredible flying couple weeks. Which I think you guys are going to enjoy as well. Wait, AnyBuilds just announced their next product? I got that notification from Flight Association. I wonder where that's going to be. Hey, good to see ya, Mongo. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, he's doing pretty nicely from Monster Lure. I can't believe you're flying the 787 that slow. The thing I would be worried about is accidentally stalling the thing, but man, very nice flying there. In the big old 787 Dreamliner. Oh, pretty crazy. Lots of adjustments and texting. Knows about to bust barn doors out. LOL. So, but yeah, we're just over 200 nautical miles left to go. We only just got an hour left to go. ETA about just over an hour left to go. For our ending in Seattle, this should definitely, man, I can't believe we're already going to cross over into the United States pretty shortly. This has been absolutely awesome. Oh yeah. Yeah, no worries. Yep, here you go. No worries at all. Okay, time to turn direction to... So, now we're going to turn right back to 135 degrees. We'll be keeping it for 50 nautical miles. So we will be... So along this waypoint, we should see Campbell River and a few other areas located here on the island. But I mean, this area in general is just, it's unbelievably pretty. So, go ahead and talk more about Washington State as well. So, education-wise, over 1 million students were enrolled in elementary schools in 2020-2021 with over 61,000 teachers. High school juniors and seniors in Washington have the option to use the state's One Star program. Begun by the state in 1990, it allows students to attend institutions of higher education at public expense, simultaneously earning high school and college credit, and there's over 40 institutions of higher education in the state. They include universities such as the University of Washington, located in Seattle. There is Washington State University, located in Pullman. There is a private Christian university of Gonzaga, the private Jesuit university in Spokane, and more. are some of the educational facilities, educational areas found in So that is some education stuff about the state of Washington. On Can Stream, he's saying that any bill to announce something in 3 minutes. Ah, gotcha. Again, you're everywhere type. So let's go ahead and talk about some Washington State facts about Washington State. First, Washington State's nickname is known as the Evergreen State. And that's because over half the state is covered in coniferous trees. And basically, if you guys don't know what evergreen trees are, the reason, evergreen species include conifers, most species of conifers, live oaks, many woody plants from frosted climates, and more. And the reason they're being evergreen is because, it's due to their leaves. They can actually keep warm every year. That's why they're called evergreen tree. A simple tribal culture in Washington State is the salmon. Salmon play an important role in the ecosystem, supplying nutrients to rivers. They feed wildlife and provide sustenance to the native tribes in the Pacific Northwest. Then number 3, Mount Rainier is the tallest mountain in Washington, with a summit of 14,411 feet. Mount Rainier is also known as Tacoma, Tacobet, or Tacobay. Tacobay is the other names associated with Mount Rainier. Pretty cool stuff. The number 4 fact was the NFL's Seattle Seahawks. Their main logo was actually inspired by a Northwest Coast Native American mask from one of the tribes, and it inspired Seattle to make their current logo, which still stands even to this day. The design has not changed since the 1970s. And finally, all you Twilight fans out there, Washington is actually home to the fictional cast of Twilight. And the books were actually written by Stephanie Meyer, and they take place in the Rain town of Forks. Which, if you don't know where Forks is located in, it's located in around Olympic National Park on the western side. And you can find, the cast of Twilight. Oh, I just figured it's my 8-year celebration on Twitter. 8 years on Twitter, huh? I want to read something posting it. What's your Twitter name? I may follow you. Let me. Let me go ahead and give you. So. I'm going to go ahead and descend down a little bit, if you guys don't mind. I'm going to go ahead and descend down to... Because I got elevation data, so I can actually go... I'm going to go around 2,500 feet, actually. That way we can get to be a little closer to the scenery. So we're going to go ahead and start to descend a little bit. There's Comox Valley Airport down here. Just slowly descending down a little bit. But I'm gonna lower down like 3,000 feet. We still have plenty of altitude. So yeah, guys. I hope you're all having a great day here. Enjoying this. I'm glad you guys are spending some time here and enjoying the Sunday stream. So, just gonna descend down a little bit. We don't need to be at 7,000 feet for this one. And descend a little lower. Just put the nose up a little bit on the gyro pilot. are going to 3,000? Yeah, I'm heading to 3,000 feet. We're just going to descend I'm going to descend slowly. We're just going to be at 3,000 for a little bit for the rest of the trip because I want more up. 2,000, they said 2,000 is a safe leg altitude. So actually, I'm planning on going 2,000 feet and we can explore the rest of the island. So I think we're going to go around 4,000 feet. Actually, I'm going to go 4,000. We still have plenty of altitude to see the rest of. I want to go a little lower. So we're gonna. Yeah, this has been a really flight. They did say it was scenic, and this very much is a scenic flight. Across the coast of Canada for sure. On this waypoint, along the way to our next waypoint, we should see the largest, the second largest city on the island. Nanaimo. I need to get. Sorry. Nanaimo. That was the hub city actually. About 100,000 people live in the city. The first Europeans to reach the harbor were Spaniards in 1791. But it really grew when the British Hudson Bay Company established a settlement there in the 1850s. This area was well known for its coal productions, as well as some of the Chinatowns. There's actually a couple of Chinatowns in the city. But one of the most unique things about the city's culture is actually it's actually the namesake of its own cookie bar called the Ninamo Bar, which is a no-bake cookie bar with custard filling. It's actually named after but the city's also got some other notable people, including Jimmy Claxton, who broke U.S. baseball's racial color barrier back in the old days. World War I finalist Raymond Collishaw, and actor Justin Chapman, all people from the city. Hey, we're finally back on track. Nice. So. We're going to go ahead and descend. I'm going to descend a little bit more. Yeah, guys, thank you for coming along on this Sunday stream here today. We're just about nearly done with this leg. We're just about 140 nautical miles. We just have less than an hour to get going. So we're gonna get down here pretty quickly. Across the distance over in this area is, I think we see the outskirts of Vancouver, and Richmond and Vancouver, which is British Columbia's largest city. There's Vancouver at the distance. There's the town I was mentioning about. Nanaimo. 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 There's the port. Yeah, there's the town. There's the big city right down below us. How far are you from Seattle, Super Typhoon mentions? Well, we're about 120 nautical miles away, so we're about 120. So we're just 120 nautical miles away from Seattle. We're about to reach our next waypoint, and we'll make our way just outside of the city of Victoria before making our way to the Puget Sound. So we'll be making our way to Seattle pretty shortly. So we don't have that much farther to go. So yeah, how far we are from Seattle? It's about 110 nautical miles, Typhon. We're getting very, very close. But yeah, we've been in the air for 4.5 hours. We still got a bit left to go, but I mean, what a great flight here today, guys. Very, very scenic and very, very enjoyable flight. And right to our left, we can see a little bit of Vancouver. Not very clearly, obviously, but there's the international airport here in Vancouver. Charlie Yankee Victor Romeo, Vancouver International, one of Canada's busiest airports. Is located here in Vancouver. Are you doing another one after, or are you just going for lunch? I'm not doing another leg afterwards, King Lou. This is gonna be this one leg is gonna be about 5-6 hours. I'm not gonna do another leg because, like I said, I've done enough flying for today. I've already done plenty of long flights, over the past couple of legs. I mean, I did a 1200 one from Nagpur, India to Thailand. And then I also did a 1400 nautical one from Japan to the Aleutian Islands. Like, I've done long streams. I keep my streams around 5-6 hours, so I don't have to worry about long flights. I'm not Allison Johnson. I'm not Allison. I'm not going to stream for 15-16 hours. I'm not. And you already flown FS Hub already. And you already flown on FS for a lot of humans, Viper. I know, right? But I mean, that's off stream. So, I mean, I don't do that much. I know. Oh, any builds announced. Oh, London Stansted. Oh, that's definitely very interesting there for any builds. They already did one for London Heathrow. Now they're doing one of Stansted. Stansted's another one of the airports in London. Yeah, London has 5 international airports. Obviously you have Heathrow and Gatwick. Those are the big two. Gatwick and Heathrow, the big two. Then you have London Luton Airport, Echo Golf Whiskey, located in Luton, and then you have London Stansted, like that was revealed, and then finally you have the really small London City Airport, Echo Golf Lima Charlie. So, yeah, London has 5 international airports, which is pretty crazy that London has all those airports. But that's why London has some of the busiest traffic in the world goes through London. I think in the United States, I think the closest city in terms of the U.S. to have that many international airports in close proximity would be New York, I believe. Would be New York. New York has JFK International in Kennedy. Then you have LaGuardia, which I know is domestic. There's LaGuardia. And then there's New York. And then right outside New York is Newark. You have 3 of them. Plus you have one of the busiest GA airports in Teterboro. And then not far from it is Westchester County Airport, which is a smaller one, but it's outside of the city. But again, and then obviously you have Long Island, which is Long Island MacArthur. So New York is probably the closest thing to what London has in terms of international airports. Airports right near the city. I guess I could also say San Francisco but that's San Jose. That's a completely different city. Or Los Angeles. Technically, I could say LA with LAX, Long Beach, Ontario, John Wayne and Santa Ana. But even then, though, it's not the same as London. London has so many airports. Hey, Martel, good to see you, Martel, my friend. How you been? Oh, yeah. Good to see you, Martel. Oh, yeah, Chicago as well. Yeah, because Chicago obviously has, of course, Chicago O'Hare. That's a massive airport. Then you have Midway, which is one of the biggest airports for Southwest. That's 2. Then there's Gary Chicago International, located in Gary, between East Chicago and Gary, Indiana. Then you have Chicago Rockford. That's right in the metropolitan area, but that's another airport around Chicago. And then even though it's not an international airport, but you have also Chicago Executive. And the newly released and Meeks Field in the sim, at least, is back in Meeks Field. So you have quite a few airports around that area. Yeah, but there are not too many situations where there's multiple major airports around the city. Hey, Prop T6, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. We're almost in Seattle right now. Oh crap, I needed to turn. Oh crap, I'm gonna have to turn. I forgot to turn. I forgot to turn. I was so distracted talking, I forgot to turn on the waypoint. Let me go ahead and give you some information about Victoria, Canada. I've been to Victoria, by the way. But it is actually the capital of British Columbia. 91,000 people. and it's the seventh most densely populated city in Canada. Named after Queen Victoria, it's one of the oldest cities in the Pacific Northwest. Beginning in 1843, it has a large number of its historic buildings and landmarks. The Parliament buildings and the Emperor's Hotel are two of the most famous landmarks in all of Victoria. There's plenty of other places. There's the Craigdroge Castle, which is a historic Victoria-era mansion, as well as the Fisherman's Wharf, giving Victoria known as the Garden City, which is very attractive and a popular tourist destination as well. It is among some of the highest quality of life of anywhere on the planet. But Victoria is a really pretty city. But Victoria's pretty, got tons of culture, and it's got a rich history on the harbor of Vancouver Island. And yes, there is an international airport here too. Charlie Yankee Juliet. It's actually around 14 miles northwest of Victoria. It mainly does flights to Seattle, Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, Edmonton, and several smaller cities in British Columbia. It's Canada's 11th busiest airport. And like I said, it does flights around British Columbia, other parts of Canada, and the Pacific Northwest, including Seattle. So, yeah, pretty cool little area. But Victoria's rich in cultural attractions. There's the Butchart Gardens as well as another very pretty area. That's a beautiful area in there. The only issue, like I said, I've seen a lot of pictures and stuff. There's the Royal British Columbia Museum as well as many beaches and all that. Like, the time I visit Victoria, I do not live in Victoria, Pratt. I actually live, in Indiana, but I visited Victoria on my, on last year's Alaska cruise, Pratt. But I actually enjoyed visiting Victoria. It was actually a pretty city as well. But unfortunately, we had a terrible tour guide, so we didn't get a chance to explore Victoria very much. So hopefully next year when I come back to Victoria, I get to properly check out the city, because I think Victoria has a lot of charm. It's a pretty town. I want to explore more of it myself, and I flew over Victoria in the sim. It is a very pretty area. I really want to check out the city. But no, Brad, I'm not from here. I live in the United States of Indiana. So I live in the Midwest United States, just 30 minutes north of the city of Louisville, Kentucky. I live around that area, 20-30 minutes from Louisville, Kentucky. That's where I'm from. But yeah, good question though. But no, I live in Indiana. I visited Alaska. No, I was just giving out information to Victoria, Canada, because I like to talk about the places we fly in the city. So that's why I probably was talking about Victoria. Oh, you live in Victoria. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I really would like to visit in Victoria. I'd like to come back to Victoria next year. Yeah, I was just listening about Victoria as well, because I know I'm flying near Victoria on my way to Seattle in the sim. So I like to grab information about Victoria and then explain it to the chat. That's what I was doing. But yeah, there's a lot of beautiful attractions in tourism. And a lot of the tourists that visit Victoria are cruise ships. I would like to check more of it out. But that's really cool that you're in Victoria. And I've flown to Victoria in the sim. Very, very nice. I remember during one of my streams in Victoria, I actually landed, I took a seaplane right into Victoria Harbor, which really, really cool thing. And I've actually seen planes land in the harbor during my cruise. It was a Harbor Air Twin Otter that landed. But yeah, it was really, really cool seeing seaplanes. Very, very. Harbor Air, yes. I wish I was Victoria right now, getting very hot right now. Yeah, Harbor Air. Yeah, Harbor Air operates. Yeah, it's Harbor Air. They they actually fly out of the harbor. During one of their stuff. It was one of their sightseeing stuff. They do lots of flights around the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, Harbor Air. Yes, that's correct. They do flights out of the harbor. But yeah, they do flights across British Columbia, Victoria, Whistler, Vancouver. They fly around that area. I got to see a few of them land in the harbor. Very, very cool. Here, I probably want to check, see if I need up. I need it. If you guys are interested in checking out my Discord and want to join in on my stream, here it is. !point Discord. If you guys, so this here is Victoria Harbor, and I need to this. That's Victoria. We just flew near to. So we're gonna make our way over to Seattle, Washington. Let me go ahead and grab you some information about Seattle. Seattle, Washington. Here it is. Boom, Seattle. Seattle is definitely a very cool city in the West Coast. It is actually Seattle is Washington's largest city and the largest city in the Pacific Northwest, with a population of 749,000 people. Its metropolitan area is actually at 4 million, which is the 15th largest in the U.S. and has been growing at a rate of 21% every year between 2010 and 2020. It's situated in the isthmus between the Puget Sound and Lake Washington and is the northernmost city in the U.S., located just 100 miles south of Canada's border. It's also a major gateway with trade to East Asia, as it's the 4th largest port in all of North America in terms of container handling. Before Europeans came, the area was inhabited by Native Americans for at least 4,000 years. But the first people to come to this point here in Seattle came in 1851, when Arthur A. Dennery and his group of travelers arrived from Illinois via Portland on the Schooner Exact in 1851. Then the settlement was moved to the eastern shore of Elliott Bay, and it was named Seattle in honor of the Native American tribe Seattle of the local Squamish and Suquamish tribes. Currently today, Seattle's high population of Native Americans, along with Americans with strong Asian, African, European, and Scandinavian ancestry. The first major industry of Seattle was logging, but by the 19th century it became a commercial and shipbuilding center, and as a gateway to Alaska during the Klondike Gold Rush. They continued to grow after World War II due to Boeing establishing for airplanes, and then developed as a tech center from the 1980s onward with Microsoft. Seattle's got a rich culture with musical history, and Seattle's also rich in musical history. There were jazz clubs from the 1910s to the 50s, along with other musical artists like Ray Charles, Quincy Jones, and also is also the origin of many rock bands such as the Foo Fighters, Heart, and Jimi Hendrix, and grunge bands like Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam, Nirvana, and Soundgarden. Are all some of the people have actually been around in Seattle. Seattle's got a rich culture and heritage with arts and music, and of course, tourism is a big deal in Seattle. And one of Seattle's most famous landmarks is the iconic Seattle Space Needle in Seattle. And that is the single most important landmark in the entire city. But the Space Needle has actually quite an interesting history. Now, the Seattle Space Needle actually has been around since 1960. Has been around since the 60s. They actually built the Space Needle during the events of the World's Fair back in 1962. But the Space Needle itself is among the tallest buildings. It was once the tallest structure west of the Mississippi at 605 feet. It weighed about 9,550 short tons, and it is built to withstand winds up to 200 miles an hour and earthquakes up to 9.0 magnitude. It also features an observation deck 520 feet above the ground, providing views of downtown Seattle, the Olympic and Cascade Mountains, Mount Rainier, Mount Baker, Elliott Bay, and the various islands of the Puget Sound. It is a very impressive design. It was actually architected by John Graham and Company, with the main engineer being John K. Minassian and Victor Steinbruck were the major engineers for the thing. But it's super iconic, and I've actually been in the Space Needle. Very, very cool. As well, and it's been an important symbol of the Pacific Northwest. It still is. It is still futuristic, even as now it's still very much is a futuristic design. But of course, there are plenty of other landmarks in Seattle. Of course, the city's other most well-known place in Seattle, and absolutely a place that it's definitely worth visiting. You can't forget about the Pike's Place Market in Seattle. This famous market has been a Seattle institution for decades. It offers a wide range of wares for 2 floors in the market. In addition to plentiful food, there's over 200 proprietor-owned shops that range from antiquities and collectibles to bookstores and specialty shops. And of course, I mean, you can't forget about, and you can't even forget about, well, the fishmongers and all that. Because, it's a very popular area, and this market has actually been around since 1903. But it's known for its pigs, it's known for its statues, dining, drinking, and more. So that's a very famous place. Of course, there's the Pioneer Square Historic District, featuring the Klondike Gold Rush National Park, with the surge during the Klondike Gold Rush. And of course, Seattle's Museum of Flight. If you guys never been there, it's a place I've been really wanting to go. Is the Museum of Flight in Seattle. It is the largest private air and space museum in the world, and this museum has been around since 1965. It's located in King County Airport, Boeing Field, and this place has all sorts of really cool planes on display. They got over 150 planes, including the Lockheed Montana Electra, which is to match the plane Amelia Earhart got. The first flight-worthy Boeing 747, the city of Everett. Of course, they got their own Concorde, one of only 4 on display outside of Europe. The world's first jetliner, the de Havilland Comet. And of course, the world's only surviving, and of course, one of the only 2 surviving Boeing 80A, that was flown by Bob Reeve in Alaska. But yeah, very, very cool aerospace museum. This is definitely my bucket list to check out in Seattle. And finally, of course, if you love sports, oh, I see, Scotland, nice. So, and finally is Lumen Field, home of the NFL's Seattle Seahawks and the MLS Sounders. It is considered by many to be among the loudest sports venues in the United States, and not among the loudest sports stadiums in the world. 69,000 people play at the stadium. And apparently, due to the design of the place, this stadium is notorious for the noise. In fact, this place was so loud, it even claimed the Guinness World Record twice. In 2014, it once claimed the world record at around, get this, 137.6 decibels. It is insanely noisy. In fact, that is 17.6 decibels above the threshold of hearing damage. And apparently, much of the canopies actually keep the sound in there. Which is beyond insane. There's actually a decibel level chart. So that is actually above. It's actually just 3 decibels less than a jet engine at 100% power of a jet engine. Yeah, that's loud. But no, it is absolutely insane. If you love sports, definitely check out Lumen Field. Yes, it is very loud. If you're a sports fan, definitely check it out. So we have now just entered the Puget Sound here. And we have finally entered our way into the Puget Sound right now. We finally made our way into the Sound. So, the Puget Sound is it's an inlet of the Pacific Ocean, and it's the big thing that connects Seattle to. And the Puget Sound was actually given, the name was given to Puget Sound by George Vancouver in 1792, named after Peter Puget, a Huguenot lieutenant that accompanied him during his expedition over Vancouver. But the Puget Sound became a very important area for transportation with its ferries. And it became a major trading post back in the modern day. Pretty cool. Yeah, very, very cool information about the Puget Sound. I hope you guys are liking some of the content here, and I hope you guys are enjoying much of the bunch of the streams. So yeah, we are actually going to be pretty close to Seattle very, very short. So wait till we get our cameras, we can take a picture of the Space Needle in downtown Seattle. This should be very, very exciting. So go ahead and get back to our cam. So we have Mongo still in the air with us. But man, isn't this a very pretty area. We're about to make our turn here, and look at that. Look in the background. Yep, that is Mount Rainier right in the background. That thing sticks out like a sore thumb in this landscape. Only 20 minutes left. Yep. Go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and make the turn. So let's go ahead and make our turn. To our left, we actually have Payne Field to our left. Now, Payne Field is actually where, not far from Payne, is actually where Boeing makes their 747s and all that. This is where Boeing makes their big airplanes, right here in Payne Field. This is where Boeing makes their big planes. Yeah, we shoot them live around the same time. So in recent years, Payne has been growing as a commercial hub. Actually, its commercial service has actually been grown over the past 10 years. It's actually grown considerably. And now Alaska Airlines even does flights to Anchorage, Honolulu, Las Vegas, and all that from here. Pretty incredible. But historically, though, Payne Field has mainly been used but this area's mainly been used as where Boeing actually does their Everett assembly plant, which is massive actually, because it is the largest building in the world by volume at 13,385,378 cubic meters, or 472,370,319 cubic feet. It covers an area of 98.7 acres of land. And currently it's produced the 767, the 777, and 737 MAX. But yeah, this place used to be built. The 747 used to be built in the factory back in the 60s, and the last one was actually assembled in 2022 when the last 747 was rolled out for Atlas Air. November 863 Golf Tango for Atlas. But it's pretty crazy just how much Oh, we lost you? Oh. Oh, dude. So here we are, guys. We are in the city of Seattle. So here we are, guys. Before we land, we got one more slide. This is Boeing Field in Seattle. Seattle Boeing Field. Kilo Bravo Foxtrot India. This airport has actually been around. In 1928, it used to be the main airport in Seattle until Seattle Tacoma was built in the late 40s. But even in here, it's still a cargo hub. It's also been operated by services by Kenmore Air has operated services here. And of course, it's home to the Museum of Flight, and the Boeing Company has many of its facilities here at the airport. 2 runways, 14 right, 32 left, and 14 left, 32 right at 10,000 feet and 3,700 feet respectively. Go ahead and turn off the gyro pilot for a little bit. So that is historic Boeing Field in Seattle. But yeah, this thing used to be a major airport. DC-3 used to fly here. The services with direct service to a bunch of cities. Add far down altitude. Yeah, we're only 7 miles out, everyone. So our power for a little bit. So let's just tour around Seattle for a little bit, shall we? We're flying around to see Seattle. let's go ahead and... Alright. Wait. And here's Bowen Field, everyone. Wait, speaking of which, I forgot to do my lane predictions. Crap. Predict. Okay, guys, lane prediction times. Oh. I forgot we have lane predictions. Whoops. Okay, guys. Exclamation point predict lane, negative lane rate. Do it, get it quick before it runs out. But yeah, we're gonna obviously land in the bigger runway. 1-4 right. We're gonna land in the bigger one. Now, not far from this, I actually have another scenery. It's written. I have the written scenery from Krasinski Designs. So I got that one as a... be a very fun flight. And we're done. And that's it. We landed in... and that's it. So we're going to go ahead and turn around and park. Beautiful landing. Negative 163. Typhon was you were very close, Typhon. But yeah, great landing. And that's it, everyone. That completes today's leg. Leg 35 is going to be done. Okay, guys. And that's it. We are now finally able to wrap up today's stream at Bowen Field in Seattle. So that's it, everyone. Thanks for coming along in today's stream. For this flight, and we're finally into the contiguous 48 states here in Seattle, in Washington. So we'll be heading back next on Wednesday. We'll be back in the Boeing 77 Dreamliner. We're gonna make our way over to I think I'm gonna do Seattle to Dallas on. Hey, Milo247, good to see you. So we'll be back on Wednesday in the Dreamliner. We'll be going from LA to Dallas. We'll be testing out the new systems, and today we're going to be going on a raid, and I think we're going to raid our good friends, the Shadow Splay team. Thank you guys so much for joining along with this stream today, for all the new follows, the raids, and everything else. Guys, thank you so much, and stick around for the raid. Take care, everyone, and have a great rest of your weekend, everyone. No worries, Milet. No worries at all.